Go to Greg.
Hey everybody. So we're going to do a retreat weekend, which means that it's a little bit of a free form. We're going to probably bounce around for a few things, but there's some things that I'd like to cover. We'll also have time for Q&A that's just open to anything. But first, we sent out a list of oils that were preferences for some processes that we're going to do. And so we're probably just going to do that right off the bat. Part of what we're going to do with those oils is pretty much the basis for all the classes. Like if you look at what we're trying to do, there's like many levels of like truth or levels of what we're doing. You could put things under the microscope and then you could step back and go, but big picture, what is happening? And so it's a lot like when you drop a pebble in the water and there's a ring and then another ring and then another ring and another ring. You get out to that third or fourth or even fifth ring, those other rings are still contained in the bigger ring, right? And so when we're doing the materialization classes, when we're doing the angel classes, when we're doing alchemical classes, there's still an even bigger picture of what we're doing. And this is based on, actually, ironically, the logo for Astara. And it's a very old symbol. It's a 7-pointed star, and the Astara's version has a lotus in the center. And this 7-pointed star is referred to as a heptagon, and it's tied to the 7 classic planets, but it's also tied to this thing called the 7 elixirs. The 7 elixirs. It's an alchemical practice. And, I've never really mentioned the 7 elixirs before. And, they have names, but the names don't really help you understand anything. They're just old, weird names. But basically what it is there's these basically kind of seven states or 7 types of perception. And we are made up of all these different kinds of perception. And so if you think about it as this big like ball that you're kind of seeing out of, like you're inside a sphere and you're looking out, your perceptions are skewed by what you're looking through. Your past experiences, good or bad, your conditioning, your education, your family, and the things they bring to the table, your genetics, what's going on in society at the time. All these different things affect these different kinds of perceptions. And, we've talked about them kind of in depth in some ways. When we start talking about physiological emotions, that's tapping into a particular component. When we're talking about the instinctive mind, that's talking to a particular component. And really, even when we're starting to do the materialization classes, part of what we're trying to do is break through some of this like shell of these perceptions. And it's not that you're trying to release something or make something go away. You're simply moving something from being kind of in shadow to light. You're moving it from a negative to an ally. So at first it's a type of resistance in a way, and eventually it becomes an asset. And so we're going to go through and we're going to talk about these, and it's a bit abstract, but we can apply it in very practical ways. It's not something new, because all the classes that we've been doing have been based on these 7 perceptions or these 7 elixirs. But it's outside the scope of what we know about physiology, what we know about psychology, what we know about like trying to apply ourselves in normal everyday life. We get we get stuck in one kind of perception and we really don't see outside that kind of perception. And in a way, we see everything through the senses, and we don't really disengage those senses and go more to like the intuitive mind. Even when we have flashes of it, we're still having flashes of it through the areas where we got kind of stuck, is not the right way. Stuck. It's not really stuck. It's more of what we get used to. We kind of assemble all these things, and we assemble certain perceptions, and we seek things out around us to reinforce the things that we are experiencing, the things that we know. And after a while, we're kind of invested in the way we see things. And after a while, we get pretty locked into it. We get pretty locked in. And so these different experiences and the friends that we have and the kind of work we do and all these different pieces kind of assemble these kinds of perceptions. And so in the shamanic tradition, they actually refer to this as the assemblage point. And it's basically like the way that you perceive outside your aura or your energy body. Now, what happens is that we get really locked on a particular way of perceiving, and we don't really shift out of that. Even sometimes when, say, you're in the middle of a difficulty, when you're in the middle of, say, an argument or something, to see from the other person's point of view is basically shifting your perception. Mostly we see from our perception. We don't understand why people don't see it our way, when everybody's coming from a very different place. We come from different places, we come from different conditioning, we come from just different backgrounds, and not just in this time, even from past incarnations. We come from different places. And so when we go through and do this, it is a bit abstract, and yet it's not. We have like certain kinds of armor that we put up to protect ourselves, to protect our ego, to protect our emotions, to keep us from having negative experiences that we've had in the past. And after a while, it's time to set the armor down. We don't need the armor anymore. And when we do, certain abilities kind of come in with it. Certain ways of perceiving, certain ways of manifesting or materializing come in. And so, we've been dancing around this for a while, but, since it's a free spa weekend, I thought, let's dabble with this a little bit. We'll see how it goes. Nothing's carved in stone, but I'd like you to have an experience. A lot of times for people to have experiences outside their normal perceptions, it has to be done usually in ceremony. And so the ceremonies are about pushing you out of your normal points of perception so that you can see basically kind of outside yourself. And as you start to see outside yourself, your assemblage point or your point of perception begins to shift and change. And so a lot of times when we're trying to let go of stresses, when we're trying to let go of traumas, when we're trying to let go of things that are bothering us, when we're trying to have something new or different happening, we have this ball and chain around our feet that is these perceptions, and they really keep us locked into thinking, feeling, behaving in a particular way. And as much as we try to process the trauma and we process the stress and we process the situation, we're still in the realm of that perception. So all we do is we recreate the same thing over again in a different situation, And so by going through and starting to step out of these perceptions, it's literally like starting to step away from what they are. In the Christian tradition, this would be known as being born again. In the Buddhist tradition, it is what you would call liberation. The liberation is just, well, let's just have the experience. I mean, we could sit and talk about it all day, but yeah, let's just have the experience. I could keep rambling about it, but let's just jump in. So with that, we're going to do perception number 1. The perceptions, they have old alchemical names, but it wouldn't provide any sort of insight for you. It's just a weird name for you to write down. So let's just say perception number 1. So perception number 1 has to do with when we're really stuck in it. It has to do with opposition, just opposing anything that is new or different that comes our way. Anything that is not the same as us, not the same as our perceptions, not the same as our ideals, just anything that is not within our parameters, we basically oppose it. Now, the flip side of it is if you can move this from shadow to light, it's a lot like having a birthday wish. Kind of anything goes, because new things can cross your path, new things can kind of come in, and because you're not opposing it, you're starting to have the ability to have dynamic activity, or to bring things in that's even out of your wish list, so to speak. Like, I would like this much, and then this much comes in, and then instead of opposing it, you go, I can take that much, right? But when we're in opposition, it's like, no, I thought about this. This is what I want, right? And so when we shift this tendency for opposition, we're beginning to be able to reach inside ourselves and bring something forth that is much more than what we were willing to do in the first place. A lot of times we're like, I'm willing to do this and I want a particular result. And then we go through and we start doing it and it doesn't really work out. And then we come to the place of, well, am I willing to change or shift, or do I walk away from this situation? So you see this a lot of times where people will go, oh, this is the path of least resistance, or if something's being difficult, then it's just not meant to happen. They'll walk away from it because there's a little bit of difficulty. And really what they're saying is, I'm not willing to step out of my place of comfort to have something new or different happen. So if you look at it from the point of view of the stress response, it is the very first thing that happens. Something has pushed you out of your comfortable zone. Something, it could be good, it could be bad. It doesn't have to be just a bad thing. It's something different is happening. And when the oppositional component is really strong, people will start pushing back on it just because it's different, not because it's bad, not because it's good, it's just different, right? And so think about it. Haven't you ever had a conversation with somebody, you're not even done with your sentence, you haven't even explained what you're talking about, and they're already pushing back, right? This is that opposition in play. And so we've talked about sometimes there's situations where there could be something that you really, 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 really want. And then at the same time, there's part of you that really, really, really doesn't want it. It's going to push you out of that place of comfort. And so you have these two things that are in complete opposition, but they're both there. They're both existing. There's part of you that wants it, and there's part of you that doesn't want it. The part of you that doesn't want it doesn't want to shift out of your normal parameters. Like, it wants just everything to be nice and cozy and comfortable. And so whenever we bring something new in, Could be a new relationship, it could be a spiritual practice, it could be something in business, it could be a new goal, it could be a new habit. There's part of us that is not happy about it. It is opposing it. It does not want that to happen. It just wants to shut everything down and just be comfortable. And so this is very much the thing that happens in the first part of the stress response is you're being pushed out of a place of comfort. Now you have to keep in mind that that first place of comfort is not something of your higher nature. It is something of your lower biological drives. It is totally of your lower nature. Your lower nature is saying, no, I don't want that. Right? So if you sit and you pray, if you sit and you do meditation, you start to bring love into your life with a potential partner, there is part of you that's like, no, I'm not having this. I don't want this. This makes me have to be different, and I don't want to do this. Right? And so when we go through and we start addressing this really starts to be the place of opportunity for you to start cultivating a spontaneous action, spontaneous activity. And it's something that does not come natural to us. We have to temper our lower nature. We have to temper our physiology. It doesn't mean be in opposition with it. It doesn't mean to condemn it. It doesn't mean wrestle with it. It's just simply a redirecting. You know, you're friends with the lower nature. The lower nature is what keeps you alive out in the normal everyday world. But it's a little bit of a redirecting. It's looking at it through different eyes. And so when we go through and we shift this, you know, one sitting is not going to do it. This is something that happens over a period of time. And so you're starting to dismantle a certain kind of armor that we have that makes up for our shortcomings, our past injuries, our stresses, our feelings of poor self-esteem or self-image, just places where we've gotten hurt, you know, whatever it might be. You know, places where we lack ability or intelligence, you know, maybe we just haven't been educated in a particular area. You know, we have certain armor that kind of protects us there. But the difficulty is it doesn't allow us to connect with things in nature, with nature itself and people around us or the situation. And this is a source of suffering. And when the time comes for your passing, when you pass, these things that we haven't connected with are the things that we judge ourselves on. You know, when we pass and we hear all these things about judgment, it's not so much about these higher beings sitting in judgment of us. It's us in our unconscious are judging ourselves. And so there's things that you might forget about for most of your life. And then when you get close to passing, boom, all of a sudden it flashes in front of your eyes. This is starting to be that process where your unconscious mind is starting to judge the experiences of this lifetime. You know, so the idea of your life flashing before your eyes is tied to this. You know, it starts to happen in meditation where you start to have flashes of things that happened in your past. You know, your life is starting to flash before your eyes without being near the death process. And it's an opportunity to go through and process these things. You know, a lot of times they're just weird, random things, but we're processing these things so that when the time comes, we don't spend a lot of time judging ourselves. We just move on to higher realms. You know, same thing with meditation. We have an expanded state. We start to tap into these things where we're going to judge ourselves, and we're able to move past this and have higher states. So you could say, in a way, this is higher forms of liberation. This is higher forms of accepting Christ in the heart. It could be higher forms of realization or enlightenment. You could call it by all kinds of different words. The Native Americans call it being a genuine human being. You know, you're not some story, you're not some prefab version of a human being. You're in nature, you're connected to nature, you're walking in nature. You know, so much of us, even though when we're out walking in nature, there's still a big piece of us that's disconnected. When we're having difficulties with a situation, we're disconnected, like there's like a space or gap between it. Because if you're able to let it in, you're able to process it. You're wired to go through and handle it. You're wired to go through and process it. You're wired to overcome the obstacle, whatever it might be. And when we're having difficulty, a lot of it is just lack of connection. It is this armor that's in our way that doesn't allow us to deal with what's in front of us. And so part of what we're doing is we're going to shift that. And this is one that we're not going to just be talking about this weekend. We'll talk about it in other places, especially since now that we're talking about it, I can bring it up in other classes and be addressing it. But let's start with perception number 1. Okay, so with that, you know, here's the oils of choices: ginger lily, melissa, Cape snowbush, Litsea cubeba, blue tansy, or anula.
Or any better than the others?
Ginger lily is probably the fanciest. Yeah. Cape snowbush is probably the one a lot of you are going to have. Blue tansy, Litsea cubeba. There is a blend, but I haven't put it on the site before. So this is what I'd like you to do. Just take a moment, close your eyes, and think of situations. Think of good ones, think of bad ones, think of neutral ones, think of areas of difficulty, think of areas where you're just, you know, not good or bad. You're just kind of on autopilot. You're not really having to worry about anything. Just look at everything. Before we start inhaling, just let's have some observation. Okay, so go ahead and begin inhaling. Let everything go. Just begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your forehead. Move your awareness to the basic. Put your awareness on the hips, sides of your hips. Your knees, your front and back knees. The ankles, the soles of your feet. Your armpits. Your elbows. Your wrists. The palms of your hands. Your front heart. Center of your chest. and the back heart. The area between your shoulder blades. Just be still, be aware, keep your eyes closed, just let it incubate. Just be still. We're going to do that same application again. Begin inhaling, you're using the same oil. Your awareness is on the forehead. Move your awareness to the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. your hips. Down to your knees, the front and back of your knees. Down to your ankles. The soles of your feet. Move your awareness to your armpits. your elbows. Your wrists. Palms of your hands. Your awareness is on the palms of your hands. Your front heart. Your awareness is on your front heart. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. Just be still, be aware, let everything go. Keep your eyes closed. Just let it incubate. Notice how you feel. Now, what we just did by going through and doing this process with the forehead, the basic, basically the arms and the legs, and then the front and back heart is, think of it like this. When you have this certain kind of perception, you're operating with certain emotional responses, certain thought processes, certain behaviors that become kind of automatic. This automatic kind of set of responses is that armor that we're talking about. You have a predetermined way of reacting, so to speak, right? So when we go through and we do the forehead, the back head, the arms and the legs, what you're doing is you're shifting your physiology, your psychology, you're shifting it out of trying to maintain balance. You're shifting it to a place that becomes more flexible. It's basically allostasis, or the ability to have something new or different happen, or some sort of change. So you're shifting out of those normal automatic behaviors, automatic thought processes, and you're opening up the potential for something new and different to happen within this one perception, right? It's not across the board, it's within this one perception. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to do the materialization breath, but we're not going to really visualize anything. And what we're doing is we're connecting to nature, right? We're connecting to our environment, and we're connecting to a higher degree, the higher soul, right? We're basically stimulating the pineal gland in the middle of the head, which is how we process information from the higher soul. As this comes in, it starts to establish new thought processes that are not just a response to the environment, but they're tied more to you unwinding the directions of your higher soul. You know, you could say your destiny to a certain extent, but let's just say your direction and guidance from the higher soul, right? Your soul has an agenda, just like our personality has an agenda. Our soul is looking at it from a much bigger picture than our personality, right? So as we go through and we do this, we've increased the ability to be flexible. And now we're allowing for there to be a different kind of guidance coming in, not from our lower nature, but from our higher nature, right? So you're going to use the same oil you've been using. And again, let me revisit how this works. You're going to hold the bottle to the chest, right? Then your head's going to go down. You're going to inhale, hold your breath, and then move your head up, and then exhale. And then you're going to hold your breath, head down, inhale, and then up, exhale. And then hold your breath, down, up. So you're going to do this at least 4 times, but more like 8 or 9 times, but at least 4. Okay. So with the bottle of oil that you have, you're not visualizing anything, you're not thinking of anything. Simply put the bottle to your chest, put your chin down to your chest, empty out your lungs, take a long, slow, deep breath, hold your breath, move your head up, exhale. Hold your breath, down, inhale again, up, exhale. Hold your breath, down, inhale, up, exhale, down, inhale, up, exhale. Do 4 or 5 more on your own. Just keep your eyes closed, maintain your stillness, your awareness. Your bottle up to the chest again, your chin down. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Keep your eyes closed, just be still. Your bottle to your chest, your chin down to your chest. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Just be still, be aware. One more time. Bottle to the chest. Chin down to your chest. 8 or 9 materialization breaths. So we're connecting more to the higher soul and we're connecting more to nature. Now, this next piece is about starting to dismantle some of the armor that's in this particular perception. So, same oil, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your spleen, the left hand side below your ribs. Mhm. And we can put this on the side.
And this is still perception number one.
Mhm. Move your awareness down to the kidneys. Up to the liver on the right hand side below the ribs. Your awareness is on the liver. Move your awareness a little bit more to the midline. Just slightly off to the right, still below the ribs. Your lungs. Your awareness is on your lungs. Move your awareness to the brain. Your awareness is on the brain. Your front heart, the center of your chest. Move your awareness to the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. The bottom of your tailbone, the basic chakra. Just be still. Keep your eyes closed and just be still. Keep your eyes closed. Let's do that application again. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the spleen. Move your awareness down to the kidneys. Up to your liver on the right-hand side. Move your awareness more towards the midline, just slightly off to the right and below the ribs. To the lungs. Your awareness is on your lungs. Your brain. Move your awareness to the front heart. Move your awareness to the back heart, between the shoulder blades. The bottom of your tailbone, the basic chakra. be still, be aware, let everything go. Just keep your eyes closed, let everything go. Just let it incubate. Now, this next piece, I want you to put your awareness on your heart, the center of your chest, and start thinking about different areas in your life. Good, bad, neutral, it doesn't matter. You just want to start looking at different things that come up in your mind or that are just pieces of your normal everyday life. As you're doing this, inhale the oil. You're not doing anything else other than your awareness is on your heart and you're just looking at different areas in your life. Things that bother you, things that bug you, areas of difficulty, areas that you do really well at, areas that you really don't think about very much but are part of your everyday life. Just keep looking at the different pieces of your life. Move on to another area if you haven't already. Just a different area of your life. It could be things from your past, anything goes. Move on to a different area in your life if you haven't already. Just keep looking at different parts of your life. Look at relationships, your partner, your friends, people at work, relatives. Now just be still for a moment. Keep your eyes closed. Inhale, your awareness is on your feet, the soles of your feet. Move your awareness to your low back area, opposite your navel on your spine. This is known as the Ming Men. Your awareness is on your low back. Your back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. The top of your head, the crown. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Put your awareness on your heart. Look at areas of your life again. Begin inhaling. Look at times when there was change. Look at times when there was an incident or something happened. Again, work, relationships, personal life. You went off to school, you changed jobs, different relationship, something happened with a friendship.
Mm.
Keep changing situations. Just let it all go. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. Your low back area opposite the navel. your back heart, the middle of your shoulder blade. The top of your head. Just be still, be aware, just completely let go. Notice your body, your emotions, your mind, your thoughts. I will invoke a holy name. Just keep your eyes closed. Oh, va, da. Oh, va, da. Oh, va, da. Notice how you feel. your body, your emotions, your thoughts. Let's go ahead and have a little bit of feedback. How are you guys doing? You can unmute or type in.
Good morning, Greg, Samantha, and Greg team. Yeah, it's not just a one, you know, it takes a village, I think. You guys do a wonderful job. And so as opposed to a spa weekend, this is a work weekend. This is good work, don't get me wrong. It's elevating and it's exciting. And I don't even know, initially when we were to be observant, the things that I observed was that at one point when someone asked me about 3 favors, I did not go to where I usually go. When I go to people who have channeled for me over the years, I always go to Mother, Father, God, just make it perfectly clear what I need here. And then the channeler would say, oh, this is going to be a tough one. But then the messages that came through were, yes, profound, and they came to be, as did my 3 wishes at the time. And I thought of da-da, and then I went to Mother, Father, God, okay, make it perfectly clear what it is I need to get here from this work weekend, spa weekend. And I just was open to whatever came, and wonderful, positive, elevating, expansive things have come. And it's just tapping. I want to say that I love looking at all the names and the people that I know that are attending this beautiful spa weekend. It's wonderful to see them here. And it's, again, an honor and a privilege to be here and continuing to learn about myself on so many levels. And I think it's all good. There was one point in the beginning when you said we took us to our crown, the energy flowing through to me balled up, kind of like it's coming down, and then it spread, like it came into the crown, but it couldn't quite get that same velocity, speed, or energy essence to my heart. And so it made me wonder about either my pineal, my pituitary, my throat. But somehow by the time we were done with that part of it, it was flowing straight through again. But there was a few moments when I was aware and not quite getting through.
You're letting go of some of that armor. And so there's like a little bit of a reconfiguration that's happening, and there's little bits of your like physiology and the unconscious that are not completely cooperating. Is the best
My
way.
unconscious, huh?
Yeah, for all of us. Like, you know, it's not just a particular person, it's for all of us, where we're shifting out of something that we were into something new and different. And as much as we like the idea of it, our physiology, not a big fan of that. You know, your physiology and your lower nature wants repetition. You know, like I tell the story of, you know, I had this cat many years ago, and many years ago. And one day, just as an experiment, I moved his food dish about 18 inches. And he went back to that same spot, and he just looked at me like, dude, we eat over here. Like, and he sat where his food normally was, and he could see his food. It wasn't like it was hidden or anything. And he'd look at his food and he'd look at me, and he was like, dude, we eat here. And so I was like, I want to see how long it's going to take for him to change. And an hour went by, 2 hours went by, 3 hours went by, and he was starting to cry and have a meltdown because I moved the bowl 18 inches. You know, it was just different. And so at one point, I start feeling bad, like, because it's like it was it was really starting to distress him. And so I went and moved it back, and he ate, and he looked at me like, dude, what's your problem? Like, we have an agreement. I eat right here. I don't eat over there. And, you know, as ridiculous as it sounds, we have parts of our lower nature that are just like that.
Yeah.
You know, they're just like that. Like, it's just, this is what we do. And so then you try to pray and you meditate, or you try to heal something, and that lower nature goes, no, this is what we do. It could be that, you know, you just do some repetition. It could be that you're in the middle of a tailspin and your lower nature goes, this is what we do. And so by going through and starting to shift this in this one particular perception, you know, this particular perception has to do with opposition, or, you know, stepping out and doing something different and new. I mean, that's exactly what it's tied to. And so if it's in shadow, then it's really difficult for something new and different to come in. If we're bringing it to the light, we're able to shift and embrace something new. But even then, we still have a little bit of that pushback. It's just that we're able to override it somewhat. You know, it becomes more like a flexibility. You know, it's an internal flexibility. And there's times where we shouldn't shift. You know, it might be something that's bad or something, but that ability to shift and change is really an internal flexibility. And as we get older, we become a little bit more and more inflexible internally. And so, or when we've had a trauma, when we've had significant amounts of stress, when there's just been difficulties, every little time we have a difficulty, it becomes a little bit more inflexible internally. Now, here's the flip side of it. Also, when we have a big success, we also start to become a little bit more internally inflexible as well, because we want to maintain that success and we want to have that experience again. So we kind of start going down this rabbit hole, regardless if it's good for us or bad for us, regardless if we're able to even duplicate it, because we want to have that experience again. And we want to also hold on to it for as long as we can. And so, you know, it's the nature of the lower nature. And we want to be able to re-educate the lower nature so that it becomes an ally to your higher faculties, not an adversary.
Nice. I'm wondering, in my mind, spelling has always been an issue, and I don't need to go into that, but when I write souls, I spell it the way you would spell the oversoul. And I find it funny that I know how to spell feet, the soles of the feet, but for some reason my brain does it, and then I laugh at myself. But yeah. Thank you. I'm gonna let somebody else spill their guts. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
My pleasure.
Go ahead, other Peggy.
Okay, so
Hey.
it's Peggy time. It's really wonderful because yesterday I was having a massage and I mentioned my weight had plateaued and wouldn't move at period, just wouldn't move. And he strongly suggested I start moving some energy and forgiving and all that stuff. And thanks, Greg, for listening in. Were you there? And so in the middle of all this, the Ho'oponopono, whatever you call that, came up. And I just started working on forgiving and thanking and loving everything. Of course, I'm very, very relaxed. But it just feels like you're part, obviously, of the chain of this, Peggy. So
good. Yeah. Because that brings up a good point, is even healing is really another way of saying healing is you're trying to affect change in the body. You know, you're trying to affect some sort of growth, evolution, or change. And the thing that has caused the condition or the dis-ease is it becomes a pattern. And so your body doesn't really look at it as it's a good pattern or a bad pattern. It just goes, this is a pattern. And so we'll maintain this pattern. And as you try to break out of it, you know, it could be a hips elevated, it could be your liver's not working right, it could be, you know, it could be all kinds of things. You know, as you try to heal it, part of what happens is your body is actually resisting some sort of change there. And so it could be psychological, it could be physical, could be anatomical, but you know, your body's not always a willing participant. You know, even though it's better for you, even though it's better for the body doesn't judge good or bad. It just judges like, this is what we're maintaining and balancing. These are the normal parameters, good or bad, or it's not. And so change becomes difficult when, like I said, you know, traumas, prolonged stress, you know, intensity, conditioning, you know, over a period of time, we just become inflexible for all kinds of reasons. And so it's good to kind of wipe the slate clean and be able to recalibrate everything, you know, just clear out the cobwebs and get everything back a little bit more on track. And as we spiritually grow and evolve, as we meditate and we have changes of perception, you know, part of what we're doing is we're not just having a change of perception for the things that we've had happen to us or how we perceive and process information. We're also starting to step away from the collective unconscious a little bit. You know, the thing is a lot of our perceptions are based on group thought. And not always super perceptive, that group thought. And so, you know, your ability to be a little bit more individualized and to have your own unique perceptions really allows for accelerated spiritual growth. If you are relying on group thought, your spiritual growth will be minute. You know, you know, even if you look at it from the point of view of business, if you look at it from the business perspective, group thought, you know, it has its insight sometimes, but it's usually the status quo. And somebody who comes in and really starts to be dynamic and is able to produce a good result, they're usually very innovative, and they've stepped away from group thought, and they're kind of trailblazing a new path or a new idea or a new perspective, a new direction. And it's the same idea, you know, it's the same idea of being able to step away from the collective unconscious or the group thought, and starting to be more individualized and starting to use their faculties rather than just reacting. You know, we react a lot. The more we become more kind of realized, we're able to process more and make individual thoughts and decisions without the need or the drive for external validation. You know, because that's the stumbling block is, we step away from the collective unconscious. We also step away from the validation that comes from thinking in a particular way. The validation comes from group thinking.
Yeah, he kind of also mentioned generational reason.
Yeah, it all plays a role.
Yeah. So thank you. This is,
You're so welcome.
I think
I'm glad
this
you
is,
enjoyed.
yeah, I think it's going to knock me off.
Good.
Thank you. Cool.
Tracy, your hand was raised.
Good morning.
Hee.
Hey, so for me, you know, just had this big, huge life change, mother passed and everything.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. And I went on this fabulous vacation, which was wonderful. And I came back, and after last weekend's class, I was like, my ajna was so on point for the first couple of days. But then I've just been in this weird blank space, and that's all I can.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah. We were having conversations about that around here. Is you know, like when the stories and the dramas kind of stop, you realize like you're in that kind of that blank space kind of, and we realize how much comfort those stories, even though they're inaccurate, how much comfort they bring us. You know, we know something's going to happen, or this is going to happen in the future, and even though it doesn't happen, we have the story, you know. And when the stories start to fall away, because they're really quite inaccurate, a lot of times they're not even close, all of a sudden you realize, I really kind of don't know what's going to happen in the future. I don't know, like I kind of know what I'm doing right now, but other than that, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what tomorrow is going to bring, or next week, or next month. And in that place, you get to start being a little bit more conscious and aware, and you're not living on the stories and dramas, and you're not living on the beliefs, which are a belief is really a predetermined way of thinking before you even get to the situation. And you know, you're kind of shedding all of that, and you're getting closer to your true nature. And it's a little bit uncomfortable at first, you know, because you know, like, is something bad going to happen? Is something good going to happen? I kind of don't know, you know, where we always had something to kind of look forward to before. And even though it didn't happen, it was still there. And, you know, we get disappointed, or we have expectations, or we get a little excitement, but really it was never that accurate to begin with. And you know, shedding it really allows for more genuine thought and action, more spontaneous action, and it really diminishes the suffering, because you're not always trying to make those stories work out or depending on those stories. And so a lot of times what happens is why we're getting traumatized is our story didn't play out, our story didn't pan out, or, you know, we expected one thing and something else happened. You know, you get to be a little bit more genuine and present in the moment. And it's a little bit uncomfortable for a while. I mean, I'm painfully aware of that sometimes, but at the same time, it's more real, and it's more nurturing to the soul.
I'm
It's
definitely.
hard. Yeah, it's hard to maintain, because there is a little bit of being uncomfortable. You know, it is a little bit uncomfortable.
It's like it's like the personality is
Mhm.
like I'm very grateful. I'm much more grateful than I've ever been. But yeah, it's like
A blank space is a great way of describing it. You just feel like, I don't know what to think. I don't know what to do. I don't know what's going to happen next week. You know, you have the things that you need to do, but it's like, anything could happen next week. I really don't know.
Yeah.
Which is what always is happening. We're just putting stories in place, so we're not having to really pay attention to that.
It's a weird place, but I'm
Yeah, it really is. Yeah. You know, you saw the movie The Matrix. It's kind of like being unplugged.
Yeah.
You know, that's a lot of what it's like. It's like all of a sudden you're just aware of things that were always there, but you just didn't notice them.
Thanks, Greg.
You so well. Glad you had a good vacation.
Thank you.
Carol, your hand's raised.
Hey, Miss Carol.
Hi, Greg.
Hey.
Can you see me? I'm after losing you.
Yeah.
Greg, I was just noticing a big change in normally at the classes after I've been doing the. Are you there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, you're back. So when I go along with you and I inhaling the oils, at the end of the second round, my hands go numb and I can't hold the bottle anymore. And my heart feels as if it's racing. And this happens an awful lot. And then when I try to keep up, I get a meltdown. It's like just a complete meltdown. And this was in the past, and several times you were able to help me. And recently you've helped me a lot. You actually got in there to help me clear up. And so today was very different. So I got the same thing again. My hands are really numb. I can't hold the bottle. Just towards the end of the second round of the first protocol we did. And my heart was racing. I'm freezing cold. And the resistance, my shoulder is going up. I just feel so much resistance, the opposite of what Peggy said, really. You know, and I'm like, oh no, here it comes again. So you moved on then to the this up and down breathing. And I went along, and then normally I'd stop because I know I'm going to have a huge meltdown, but I didn't want to miss out. I hate to miss out. And so I followed along with the protocol and the various organs, and it subsided, and it completely subsided. And by the time we finished the whole thing, I felt so subdued and calm. Actually almost fell asleep, and it was a relief. So, and then you talked about the resistance. I'm wondering, was that the body resistance?
well, it's body resistance, and it's a lot of the resistances that come up here are not psychological, they're physiological, and they can still be emotional in nature, but it's more the physiological emotions that are trying to motivate you to take action in the environment. And so you know, this is tied very much to like automatic responses. And so automatic meaning that your brain really isn't processing what's happening. You know, you just kind of react, and then later you kind of go, okay, what happened? And this is probably what this means and what that means. And so, you know, when there's been like traumas or really strong stresses that almost become traumatic, or just really chaotic times for a period of time, it has a kind of conditioning where your physiology is either used to it or is trying to avoid it. And so as you go through, you're taking down some of the armor. You know, you're taking down some of the protective mechanisms, because another way of saying protective mechanisms is certain systems in your body are just like in a hyper reactive or agitated state. And as you start to take them down, there's a little bit of feeling vulnerable, or that you might, you know, something bad might happen, or you're putting your guard down. And you know, you're safe, but your body is not perceiving the external environment. It's just still living in that space of, you know, the conditioning. And so you're shifting into a place of change. You're starting to take direction from your mental faculties rather than just your physiology. And then you're letting go of some of this armoring. And then when I had you guys look at the different situations, you're even starting to like connect to a higher degree to those particular areas so that the armoring can come down more. And then that last thing is you're transmuting whatever kind of comes up or comes to the surface. So you're kind of letting go of that agitation or that hyper reactiveness in your physiology. And for a little tiny bit, your body is like, what the F? Like you're doing something that's going to put us in danger. And, you know, the danger was, you know, so many years ago. It's not right now, but your body is still in that moment from the past. And so as we go through and we unwind this, there can be like these little bouts of like, ugh. And then, like you said, you kind of, especially in this particular way of approaching it, where we kind of set it up and then we knock down some pieces. There might be agitation, but then towards the end, it really should calm down quite a bit. And so, you know, it sounds like that's what happened to you. And you know, there's the 7 perceptions, you know, some of the other ones might not even bother you. You know, it might be this one is the one that flares up, and, you know, somebody might have a very blissful experience here. We get 2 or 3 down the line, and another one, you know, has a different perception. They have a very similar reaction that you do. It's, you know, we all get kind of stuck in a couple of the perceptions. I mean, we're kind of in a way stuck in all of them, but there's a couple of them that just we really get almost like fixated on. And so when you have what's coming up, you know, if you need to temper it down a little bit and go through the process, do it. And then just know, like, okay, this is one that I need to do maybe several times. You know, the first 2 are usually where most people are stuck. The first perception or the second perception. Almost everybody is really, really super stuck in those 2. And it affects how you think, how you feel, how you behave. It affects your physiology. And as you go through and you shift these from like shadow into more light, like being more of an ally, you're really genuinely starting to release some of the past traumas or the past stresses or the past conditioning. And, you know, they're still a part of you, but you walk away from the emotional entanglements and the mental entanglements that were from the past. And until we shift out of these perceptions, you know, that are in darkness, and we start moving into light, it's like we can only clear so much of the past. We can only clear so much of the trauma. We can only clear so much of the past stresses. And as you shift, you're able to go much deeper. So part of the resistance is you're getting greater access to some of the old traumas, and you're shifting and changing to a much higher degree. And so, you know, what you're experiencing is not necessarily bad. It's just showing that, like, this is an area for you to maybe focus on a little bit. Then all the other things we've done in the other classes, all those other things still apply. This just like is, it's like taking steroids for the other classes. It amps up everything else that we've already done and allows for something to go deeper and be integrated at a much quicker rate, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, Greg, this is something that I've experienced a lot in the past during your classes, and this is the first time I've moved through it. So this is a huge breakthrough for me. And also, you've helped me a lot with that, some of the stuff that caused that. So I'm really amazed and grateful.
Good.
That this is the first time I've literally, because I would have to stop and leave the class.
Right.
And I couldn't go further. So this time I just went, and it's amazing. So I feel really blessed, and I'm glad that that's what it is.
Yeah, I'm glad you're having a good experience. I mean, it's like, it's intense at first. It's not the great experience at the beginning, but like you said, you're able to move through it. This will accelerate the healing process for whatever we try to address. And even when we're doing a spiritual practice, really a spiritual practice is just trying to heal on an even deeper level. You know, there's just things from our past, from past incarnations, who knows? Like, there's just so much in there. And so this just allows things to go deeper, and it helps to facilitate shifts and changes at a much more rapid rate. You know, it's an old alchemical process. You know, these 7 perceptions are a practice unto itself.
Thank you very much.
You're so welcome.
Go ahead, Paula.
Hey, Paula.
Hi.
How's New Mexico?
It's beautiful. It's sunny.
Yeah,
Let me,
Good for you guys.
yeah, let me see. Can I do me on here? I wanted to put my picture up there, but I don't know how to do that.
It's okay. Greg's just
Okay,
looking.
anyway,
I see a back of an iPad and I'm visualizing.
I'll show him. your
Okay,
picture
well,
in a minute, and then I'll take
I
it
just
away
wanted,
anyway.
Thank you. I wanted to thank you also for the weekend and to say hello to everyone. So during this first perception on the processes, I've got to also agree with Carol about this time really going deeper and really appreciating that place. I think it was like a blood cleansing pattern, the second one, where
Yeah, it's a
but the
version of it.
channeling, it was like, I felt like I let it go. And the deeper I went, the stronger I felt. When I
Mhm.
let the armor go, there was this other place of real authentic strength. It was,
Mhm.
I mean, just
Yeah,
an amazing
hear you.
thing. And then when you brought in the, front heart, it was just very physical, concrete. I didn't cry, which was wonderful because I guess it was like Carol, I got through it. I went to another level and,
Yeah.
you talk about the deepening, in Chinese medicine, we do this bloodletting for emotional problems. We call them low treatments. And you have to go to the same place all the time because it fills again. Because there's a deeper, deeper, deeper source of all of that. You go back and you can even, I'm even looking at some of the ones I've done on me now. And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to go back because it fills up with more stuff.
Right.
Until you get to the very, well, I guess, what is that? The blank space that we're looking for, that place where
Yeah,
there isn't a
like
reaction?
once it's an odd thing. We go through and we keep kind of disentangling, and when it really starts to shift to more out of, I'm saying shadow to light, it just means like from the unconscious to the conscious. It becomes like your ability to like manifest or thrive for the perception, number one, your ability to manifest and thrive in the environment almost without thinking. You're able to just constantly be drawn to the light and to things that are good and that are good for you. And the instinct to stay away from the things that cause you harm or would take you in a tailspin gets super enhanced. And you stop kind of opposing things that are different or change, because like we might engage something, but then we outgrow it, or it's time to move on, or but the lower nature is like, no, we're going to hold on to this forever. It's really like your ability to detach and let go and let whatever is happening do what it's going to do, but then move past it. And so at some point, you keep disengaging the traumas, and then at some point it's like you just walk away from them. Like they just aren't there. I mean, you can always go back and look at them, but it's like watching an old TV program. There's no emotion to it. There's no thought process. There's no need to avoid it. There's no need. It's just, yeah, that was a thing that happened. It was so long ago. It's almost like it happened to a different person.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, these first two are probably the most intense for most people. Like I said, we get caught in one or both of them. And for me, I would say it was both. I mean, I'm still unwinding them, but I would say that it's both. But you really start to realize things about your environment, and you feel like your feet are more on the earth. Your feet are more on the ground. You're more aware of your surroundings and the things that you're doing, and it changes perspectives. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm glad you worked through it. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Because that blood pattern that's kind of towards the end, it's tied to allowing part of the personality kind of fall away. And so, that's part of the armoring. It's just, we get these little personality pieces that are just really about survival rather than it's who we are. It's just about, you know, protecting ourselves or managing something or keeping something, you know, repressed and down under and, you know, whatever it is. And it's just, they just kind of start to fall away. And then the things that come up, they're really, they were a much bigger deal in our head than what they are in reality. You know, when they come up, it might be intense for a little moment or two, and then it just kind of passes.
Someone shared, I had a hard time hearing the holy name. Please spell out name.
Okay, I'll spell it out, but don't say it out loud, okay? It's A-L, and then space, and then O, and then space, and then A, and then space, and then V-A, and then space, and then D-A-A-T-H. Say it in your mind, or say it quietly. Don't say it out loud.
Occasional restlessness, but overall very calm.
Yeah, good. I mean, you're shifting something around, so it's not always pleasant. I mean, for me, it's usually more unpleasant. Like I have more of like Carol's experience or Paula's experience, where it's a little uncomfortable for a while. I even will get a little bit of a headache, and then it will pass, and then I feel good. I feel peaceful. Sometimes I even fall asleep towards the end of the process. But when it's first starting, kind of not of a happy camper.
This is a real retreat.
Yeah.
The feeling is neutral. Above all that, I was thinking about in my life circles.
Yeah, good. Especially, like, you'll notice, like, each of the perceptions, they're kind of different. Like this one's more about opposition, and opposition is really about that first stage of stress, where you're just pushed out of a comfort zone. You're pushed out of your normal parameters. You're just new, different, good, bad. It doesn't matter. You're just pushed out of that place of comfort.
It dragged up old stories and dealing with justified anger and self-responsibility.
Good for you. I mean, it's so good that brought it up. That's inside us all the time, and it's affecting us all the time. It's just we're not aware of it. So that it brought it up, good for you. Let's clear that out.
And know all is love. Do not worry about others. Learning about myself and growing. They're asking, what does the holy name mean or refer to?
It's the holy name for the navel chakra, and it's tied to changing the things that are of lower vibration into something that's spiritualized. So in Kabbalah, this center that it's associated with is known as beauty, but it's not about the energy center. It's about the name of God. It's one of the names of God. The energy center just gives us an idea of the manifestations of this aspect of God, but it's much greater than just the energy center.
Is dismantling armor a reference to the perception number 2, or are we doing number 2 next?
We're doing number 2 next. No, each, you think of it as like these different spheres that we're in, those rings, you know, you drop the pebble and there's a ring and a ring and a ring and a ring and a ring. We're in all of the rings. You know, we're in all of the perceptions. It's just some of them influence us more than others. Some of them we haven't quite woken up in yet. You know, and some of them were very fixated in that particular sphere. So we even see the other spheres from a particular sphere. Each one we're going to process, and each one do a kind of dismantling.
All right, after that light process.
Yeah. Let's do this. We're right at a weird spot with time. Let's take a 20-minute break and we'll come back at 5 till. So go ahead and stretch your legs and move around, and we'll come back for the next piece. So I'll see you at 5 till. Okay, so everybody come back. The next perception, you know, these take a little while. So what we're going to do is we're going to choose the oil that we're going to use for the second perception. And again, the single oils are rose, palmarosa, geranium, frankincense, which that's a good strong one. Or if you're fancy and you have tuberose, you can use tuberose. The blend is Sharanagati, which means conductivity. The blend for the first perception is not something that we've had on the website. We were putting it on the website if you want it, but it's just one of my personal blends. So here, Sharanagati, we've actually made for quite a while. So again, rose, palmarosa, geranium, frankincense, tuberose. And actually what we're going to do is we're going to intensify the second perception by doing a plant empowerment with the oil that you're going to use for the second perception. Okay. So I'm going to guide you through it. It's in every booklet from every class. It's always included in the booklet. And one of the things that we're doing is we're also opening up meditation and aromatherapy meetup groups in different areas. And we have different people who are running the different events. And Samantha's actually even going to do a thing where she's doing plant empowerments on what is it, like weekly or every other week?
It'll be Mondays when we're at home.
Yeah,
so
Mondays when we're not traveling.
it's
So
not
it's not going to be a regular thing because it's based on our travel plans. So, but it's something that's in every book. And so this intensifies your relationship with the plant, and it allows the plant to go deeper and have a bigger impact on you. So we're going to do this right off the bat.
if they're using Sharanagati.
You still can do it with Sharanagati. The blends are definitely stronger for this process than the single oils, but you know, we'll work with what we have. Okay, so first we're just going to observe the plant. So just open up the bottle and just take some long, slow, deep breaths and just get to notice what happens when you inhale the plant. How does it make you feel? How does it make you think? How does it make your body feel? Okay, put the cap on the bottle. Don't just simply set it down, actually put the cap back on. Okay, now you're just going to close your eyes and you're going to do long, slow, deep breaths, right? So close your eyes. You're doing what you would call abdominal breathing. So as you inhale, your abdomen comes out, and as you exhale, your abdomen compresses. Your chest shouldn't move too much, right? So if you put one hand on your chest and one hand on your abdomen, it's the hand on the abdomen that keeps moving. The chest shouldn't move very much. Okay, do your best. So in through the nose, out through the mouth. I'll guide you. We're going to have a little pause or gap between inhalation and exhalation. Ready? Inhale slowly through the nose. Hold it. Exhale slowly through the mouth. Inhale slowly through the nose. Exhale slowly through the mouth. Again, inhale slowly through the nose. Exhale slowly through the mouth. Inhale slowly through the nose. Exhale slowly through the mouth. Just be still, be aware, keep your eyes closed. Again, you're not using your oils, you're just doing a breathing exercise. Long, slow, deep breath through your nose. Slowly exhale through the mouth. Inhale slowly through the nose. Exhale slowly through the mouth. Inhale slowly through the nose. Exhale slowly through the mouth. Inhale slowly through the nose. Exhale slowly through the mouth. Inhale slowly through the nose. Exhale slowly through the mouth. Just be still and be aware. Now pick up your oil, unscrew the cap, and inhale and just observe the plant again. You're not trying to do therapy, you're just trying to connect with the plant. What do you notice? Is it the same as it was before, or is something shifting and changing? Put the cap back on the bottle. Set the bottle down. This time, kind of pinch the tip of your nose. You're not holding your nose, you're just kind of pinching it so that you can put your attention on the tip of your nose. So close your eyes. Your attention is on the tip of your nose. We're going to do the same breathing exercise, but with our awareness on the tip of the nose, it begins to anchor the mind. The awareness is on the tip of your nose. Take a long, slow, deep breath through your nostrils. Exhale through the mouth. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Keep your awareness on the tip of your nose. Just be still. Don't control your breath. Just be still. Just breathe naturally. Your awareness is on the tip of your nose. Inhale through your nose. Hold. Exhale through your mouth. Inhale through your nose. Exhale through your mouth. Inhale through your nose. Exhale through your mouth. Inhale through your nose. Exhale through your mouth. Just be still. Keep your awareness on the tip of your nose. Reach for your bottle, uncap it. Let go of your awareness on the tip of your nose. Just observe the plant. Inhale and see what you notice. Is it changing? Now, put the cap back on the bottle. You're starting to have a bit of a relationship with this plant. You have an idea of this plant, whatever plant you're working with. Put your awareness on your heart and just hold the plant, your idea of the plant in your heart. You're simply just holding the plant in your heart. Keep holding the plant in your heart. Silently say to the plant and the little energy beings within the plant, may you be blessed with love. May you be blessed with mercy, divine love and divine mercy. Let everything go. Uncap the bottle and begin inhaling again. See what you notice. Just let it go. Notice, has the plant changed? Does the scent change? Does the effect change? Or is it staying the same? Put the cap on the bottle. Keep the bottle in your hand. You can hold it like so, like this, and put your hand over. Your awareness is on your heart and your crown. Silently, you can say, Lord, make me an instrument of thy peace. Where there is injury, I will pardon. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is sadness, I will cultivate joy. Make me an instrument of thy peace. Where there is injury, I will pardon. Where there is hatred, I will sow love. Where there is darkness, I will bring in the light. Where there is despair, hope. There is doubt, faith. Where there is sadness, I will bring in joy. Uncap the bottle and inhale and just observe the plant. What do you notice? Okay, just be still. Put the cap back on the bottle. Now you're taking your bottle like so, and you're holding it up between the eyebrows. You say, thank you for helping me to have greater soul contact and to accelerate my evolutionary process. Thank you for helping me to have greater soul contact and to accelerate my evolutionary process. Thank you for helping me to have greater soul contact and to accelerate my evolutionary process. Open up the bottle and again inhale and observe the plant. Has the plant changed? Has the effects changed? The scent? Keep inhaling. Your awareness is on your heart. Move your awareness to the navel. Move your awareness to the top of your head. Just let go. Keep your eyes closed and just let go. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your heart. Move your awareness to the navel. Your awareness is to the top of your head. Just be still, be aware, let everything go. How is your experience with the plant? Go ahead and unmute or type in. Let's just share a couple before we take a break for lunch. Anybody would like to share?
Go ahead, Tracy.
Well, I use tuberose,
Because
and
you're fancy.
because I'm fancy, and tuberose, it's always seemed almost cloying. Is that, does that word make sense? Like it's almost seemed heavy and
Oh yeah, tuberose can kind of smell a little bit heavy because it's an absolute. Yeah.
it's almost seemed too much. So at each step, it got lighter and also
Mm.
deeper.
Yeah.
And the last one, it was like it was filling me, especially my heart and crown.
Nice.
And it was much more pleasant and
Mhm. Yeah,
almost
tuberose is intense.
I almost felt like I could reach out and touch it. I know that sounds weird, but
Hmm.
yeah, it was beautiful.
Nice.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Tuberose could be quite intense. It's actually in next week's kit.
Oh, yay.
We had a few people actually sharing just as they went through the process.
Mhm.
Early on, someone said much softer, expansive, and sweet.
Yeah, softer, expensive, sweet. Yeah.
And then at the end of the process, more powerful essence beyond aroma.
Yeah. Yeah. Great way of saying it.
It is no longer separate from me.
Yeah.
My tuberose started singing a melody to me. The plant said hello and hugged me in a sense. I used rose.
Thanks.
I used frankincense. It felt happy in my bloodstream after I blessed it. Someone used Sharnaga tea and they were wondering what oils are in this blend. I felt rose alba strongly. Is it in the blend?
I have to look it up.
I am very happy to be having a love affair with my tuberose. Want me to keep sharing as you look?
It's Sharanaga tea is Damascus rose, Egyptian rose, Egyptian geranium, Pomarosa, spikenard, melissa, frankincense, and tuberose.
Someone said, I felt that as we went through the process, I began to feel the sovereignty of the plant. I used tuberose and also with myself.
Yeah, good.
I'm also using frankincense. It started out very earthy and heavy.
Mhm.
I happen to love frankincense
Yeah.
and am drawn to it, and I use it daily. As we progressed, it became lighter and more heavenly until it became part of the universe with no limits or boundaries. Love it.
Mm. Yeah, you love me some good frankincense.
I used tuberose and felt like I was inside an unimaginably big sphere or aura, yet it simultaneously felt intimate and personal, like it was encircling me from heart to crown.
Mm.
I felt it on the scale of my physical body and also as if I was as big as the planet and was inside a sphere of tuberose. Bloomed and filled my heart. The scent of tuberose became increasingly sweet. As the process went on, I became more grounded, and I noticed more details, like the thorns on the rose. The rose was in my ear, and I felt love. The rose changed to a horse, and then a relative.
Okay, well, we just wanted to do that a little bit before we broke for lunch. And when we come back, we'll do perception number 2. So let's come back at 2 o'clock Pacific, Central Time. So an hour and a half from now. So I'll see you in an hour and a half. Okay, everybody, let's come on back and let's jump into the second perception. Now, the second perception is tied to still kind of automatic thinking, automatic responses, but more on like a mental level. A lot of times, this is where a lot of beliefs are formulated or utilized, I should say. This has a lot to do with conflict. You know, opposition, you could say, is a kind of conflict, but you're just like opposing everything. This actually has to do with conflict itself. Now, the flip side of conflict is actually creativity. And so our ability to overcome internal obstacles is tied to this second perception. And our ability to deal with obstacles in the environment is also tied to this second perception. A lot of times people have the perception of that, for example, if you're on a spiritual path, that nothing bad happens, and we don't have conflicts, or they're reduced. You know, the spiritual practice is going to make conflicts go away. Conflict is actually just a play of yin and yang. It is a creative process. Being on a spiritual path or doing a spiritual practice doesn't make these things go away, but it stops making the parts that are bad be bad, and it's just part of this creative process. So really, it's the ability to harmonize conflicting factors, right? The ability to harmonize conflicting factors. This is the ability to create. And so a lot of times people try to resolve a conflict by avoidance of the situation or the issue, where sometimes the conflict has to be embraced so that you do a thing called generate. You're generating through pain. The difficulty is presenting itself, and then you reach inside yourself, you pull out something that you weren't willing to do on your own first, and you take some action to resolve this conflict, where a lot of times we try to avoid conflict. And so if you look at somebody who's really super dynamic, they're not trying to avoid conflict. They're constantly dealing with conflicts, harmonizing the conflicting factors, using the conflict to evolve into something better, and they keep moving. A lot of times when we try to resolve and make a conflict go away, we're actually shooting ourselves in the foot. We're not allowing ourselves to grow and evolve. We're not allowing the play of yin and yang to be there. And so if you look at the play of yin and yang, you have basically yin is form and yang is essence, right? Whenever you go to either yin or yang excessively, it produces the opposite, right? The tendency of our mind is we fixate on forms to a very high degree, and then eventually it attracts the essence, right? It attracts the essence. And so if we're thinking a very low vibrational thought or a series of thoughts, or we have this very low belief, again, a belief is a predetermined reaction to something that hasn't happened yet, right? So most times beliefs are limiting or inhibiting in their nature. And so what it does is it attracts an essence that corresponds to that structure. When we're able to allow higher vibrational essences to pass through the structure begins to change. This is the very nature of our spiritual growth, is essence, which we would call the higher soul, comes down and passes through the physical form, the body and the lower emotions. And as it does this, it breaks some of the body and the lower emotions down and actually takes it back up to feed the higher soul. And so as we go through and we do this process, we start to evolve through divine intelligence, divine love, and divine power. And so this is actually tied to the aspects of the moon. You know, how the moon has the different phases, and it's waxing and waning. There's the full moon and the new moon. Things are in shadow and then they come to light. It's a lot like dealing with these kinds of conflicts. Something's in shadow and then it comes to light. As it comes to light, something needs to be resolved. Something needs to be dealt with. And then when we deal with it, we grow and evolve. So with this is tied to a lot of instinctive thinking. A lot of our thought processes are basically predetermined ways of thinking, or it's tied to the collective unconscious predetermined way of thinking, right? It's not even so much from the things that have happened in the past. It's all about avoiding some sort of conflict, right? The reason that we're avoiding conflict is there is that drive still to not change, to not grow, to maintain something that's comfortable, to maintain something that we're doing on a daily basis that we're clinging to. We're not wanting to step out of our boundaries, so to speak. And so when we go through and we work this is still a lot of primal drives, things that we're not super conscious of, things that we're not choosing. It's basically just like a chemical reaction with something in the environment. And so a lot of opinions are actually byproducts of instinctive thinking. They're not something that's necessarily thought out. Beliefs aren't necessarily something that's thought out. It's just a predetermined way of how to handle a situation before it's happened. And it doesn't really allow for you to be present, and it doesn't allow for you to grow and evolve. It's just trying to maintain the status quo. And so, I mean, we can sit and talk about it more and more, but I think having the experience will actually enhance this. Most people are either stuck usually in the one we just did or the one we're about to do, right? You know, occasionally somebody's stuck in one of the other ones, but the first two are usually kind of the most powerful. The other ones are good, but we're really fixated on these first two components, the sun and the moon. So with that, let's have you pull out your oil. If it was rose, palmarosa, geranium, frankincense, tuberose, or if you had sharanagati. So it's not the same bottle, but it's the blend. Okay, so begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your forehead. Move your awareness to the basic chakra, the bottom of the tailbone. your hips, your knees, your front and back knees. Still on the front and back knees. Your ankles, the soles of your feet. Your armpits, your elbows. Your wrist. The palms of your hands. The front heart, the center of your chest. And the back heart. Still be aware, close your eyes, just let go from it. Okay, let's begin again. Your awareness is on the forehead. If it's getting too intense for you, just do one cycle, don't do both cycles. Okay, we're going to do the cycle again. Your awareness is on your forehead. Move your awareness to the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. Your hips. The knees. Front and back knees. Awareness is on the knees. Move your awareness to the ankles. Soles of your feet. your armpits, the elbows, your wrists, palms of your hands. Your front heart, and your back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. Just be still. Keep your eyes closed and just be still. Now hold that same bottle to your chest, chin down to your chest. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Inhale, move your head up. Exhale, move your head down. When you've done 8 or 9, then just be still, keep your eyes closed. Do 8 or 9 materialization breaths again. Just be still. Be aware, keep your eyes closed. Okay, bottle to your chest, chin down, 8 or 9 more of the materialization breaths. Just be still, be aware. Bottle to your chest, chin down, 8 or 9 more materialization breaths. Just be still. Okay, we'll move to the next application. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the spleen, on the left-hand side below the ribs. Your awareness is on the kidneys. Up to the liver on the right-hand side below the ribs. Move your awareness a little bit more to the midline, just slightly off to the right, still below the ribs. Your awareness is up on the lungs. Your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on the brain. Your front heart, the center of your chest. Your back heart. bottom of your tailbone. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone. Just let go. Let go of everything. Just be still and let go. Just let go. And inhaling again, your awareness is on the spleen. Move your awareness to the kidneys. Up to your liver, right hand side, below your ribs. Move yourself a little bit more to the midline, slightly off to the right, below the ribs. Your lungs. Your awareness is on your lungs. Your brain. Your awareness is on your brain. Your heart. Your back heart. And your basic chakra, the bottom of the tailbone. Just be still and let go. You're just letting go. Keep your eyes closed, just let go. Begin inhaling, your awareness is on your heart, and just reflect on different parts of your life. The good, the bad, the neutral, the boring, the mundane, things from your past, just kind of whatever comes to your mind. Sit and reflect. Think about your relationship with your work or just surviving in life. Just observe. Nothing to solve. You're just observing. Reflect on your reputation or your perceived reputation in circles like your family, friends, work. Think of your relationship with money. Think of your relationship with spiritual practice or spiritual teachings, religious practice or teachings, whatever yours might be. Just think of, just observe. Reflect on the things in the news that bother you. Think of relatives, your family. Just be still, be aware, let everything go. Keep your eyes closed, just let everything go. Put your awareness on the soles of your feet. Inhale the oils with your awareness on the soles of your feet. Your awareness is on your low back, the opposite of your navel. Your back heart, the middle of your upper back, between the shoulder blades. The top of your head. And just letting go. Let go of everything, just let go. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your heart. Reflect on parts of your life. Reflect on how you feel about yourself. Past difficult times. Your family. Your friends. Think of something bad that's happened in the past. Keep your awareness on your heart. Keep inhaling. your work, or your finances? Your partner, or the lack of a partner? Your spiritual or religious practice? Let everything go. Just be still. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. Your low back area, your Ming Men, opposite your navel. Your back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. The top of your head, the crown. Just be still, be aware, just completely let go. Keep your eyes closed and just let go. I'll invoke the holy name. Just be still. Shaddai El Chai. 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 Gently wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes, move your brains around, your body. You can unmute yourself or type in, but go ahead and share some experiences.
Someone was questioning, move your brains around.
I was just seeing if you guys were paying attention.
I had one point where I didn't know if I died or if I was alive.
Yeah, so somebody here said like there was one point where she didn't know if she had died or was alive. Like no body or
I didn't know if I'd crossed over.
yeah, she wasn't sure if she had crossed over. See, that's the thing is you're breaking out of sensory thinking. Like especially in this particular phase, you're breaking out of sensory thinking. So you're starting to go into the realm of that intuitive mind that's beyond your senses. And so it becomes much easier to dream, it becomes much easier to meditate, it becomes much easier to have bigger experiences than just outer experiences. You're able to start having more deep inner experiences. And so even me just like leading this thing, I was like, whoa, I feel like I've been meditating a while. Like my eyes were getting heavy and I'm not even doing the oil protocols like you guys. I'm just holding the space and it was impacting me. And so I had to move around just so I could stay awake. I wasn't sleepy when we started. Just the vibration is like when you shift vibration a lot, one of the byproducts is you get sleepy. You know, you get tired and sleepy. Your body is processing a lot of energy.
Go ahead, Peggy Bumpo.
I kept
Hey, Miss
dropping.
Peggy.
I kept dropping my bottle, and
Yeah.
I finally just told my subconscious to take it because I couldn't
Yeah.
follow you. I couldn't keep
Yeah.
up with you.
Yeah.
It was just delightful, but it was so relaxing.
Yeah.
My inhaling the oil felt so easy, like it was just happening rather than my making an effort. So
Mhm.
peaceful and
Good. Good
effortless.
for you.
Big yawns with crocodile tears out of it.
Yeah. Usually means realizations. I mean, could be grieving a little bit of the past, but usually that means realization. You know, when you have a deep realization, it's a little bit of a shock to the body. You know, your body is grieving, letting go of a perception, and you're really shifting out of body perceptions here. You know, for a long time, we're kind of like being held hostage is not the right word, but we're heavily impacted by the form. You're breaking out of the form.
Right at the end, my sinuses completely opened up. It
Good for you.
was, oh, is that related to what we were doing?
It would be like a release of probably stress. You know, sinuses are pretty stress oriented. And so, you know, I wouldn't say that what we were doing was about stress relief, but it is definitely impacted by stress.
Go ahead, Balaji.
Hey, Mr. Balaji.
Hey Greg, this is awesome. So after this section, right, where you asked us to hold stuff in our heart and just inhale, and then after you said let go, I could feel this big weight lifted off my, I don't know, whatever, heart or shoulder.
Good.
You see it?
Beautiful.
I don't know what it was,
Beautiful.
but I could literally hear like the sigh. I could say, it's like
Yeah.
I didn't do it, but
Beautiful.
yeah.
You know, and like you said, you don't even know what it is because it's not really of your mind. It's of that instinctive mind. It's of a lot of your physiology. It was impacting your mind. It was impacting your emotions, you know, but you know how like sometimes when we're talking, you always go, oh, I guess I'm just lazy. You're the hardest working lazy guy I know. Like you're not a lazy guy, but it's that, like, I would say that that's like a belief that is a byproduct of like instinctive reactions. You know what I mean? And so as you go through and shed this, you'll probably notice that like your perceptions of yourself and your efforts, it'll change. Like it will change because, like I said, you are not a lazy guy. You know, you are not.
Oh, thanks, Greg. Thank you.
Yeah,
That was awesome.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's just you know, if something doesn't go well, you just go, oh, I must be this, I must be that, and then that turns into a belief. I mean, I know, you know, I've been there and still catch myself doing it sometimes, and it's just reactions. That's it. It's just simply reactions.
Go ahead, Megan.
Hey, Megan.
Hey there.
You'll have to go
feel-
closer.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, hey, we see you in a few weeks.
I am so excited.
Yeah, big
Oh.
weekend for you, yeah?
Huge weekend. I can't
Is it okay
wait.
if I tell them what's happening that weekend?
I would be honored.
Yes, Megan is getting married in a few weeks in Austin. Yeah.
Yes. Big changes, which I'm, you know, my birthday was on the 27th. And you
Happy
mentioned,
birthday. Yeah.
thank you. You mentioned in the first protocol how, you know, this is kind of like a birthday wish.
Mhm.
And I think you kind of intuitively knew something because this is all about, my wish was about changing perceptions mainly about myself and who I am and my abilities because of so much upcoming change.
Sure.
And I wanted to share, you know, this experience. This was very challenging, this particular perception. I had to just speak to my body, to my form, to my organs to say, it's okay. It's okay. We can do this. It's just my form was holding on so deeply, and I could see myself building up a wall. And, you know, as we went through the process, I was taking it down, and but it wasn't really until the very end when you invoked the holy name that I was able to kind of let go. My body just was really holding on deeply. So I know that I need to do this again.
Yeah, this is one where I would say that most of us see through the lenses of this perception, like in a negative way. Like you know, like negative is not even the right word. We see through a lot of our mental processes, and a lot of our perceptions of the external world are literally through the senses and just through these instinctive responses. And, you know, it forms thoughts and it forms emotions, and we think that we're thinking things out when really it is more collective unconscious thinking, you know, influencing our thought processes. And it's more reactionary thinking. You know, it's not really us processing and making like decisions. The decisions are almost like reactions. And when you really start to step out of this, you see like, man, this was really impacting me. This was really weighing me down. This was really affecting how I felt, acted, behaved. And like to think about it intellectually, like you can understand a little bit of it, but until you start to shift, you really don't get how much it was impacting you. You know, even after the first one, like somebody here, Jean said, like all the colors outside look brighter, and you're having a deeper connection with your surroundings and your environment, and it's in like more real time. And each one of these kind of does that, where you'll notice you're more aware of your body, you're more aware of your feet, you're more aware of the breeze moving through the grass, you're more aware of the colors, you're more aware of all these things. You're not so disconnected and in these reactions or in your head. Yeah, we really don't get it until we're not there anymore.
Well, I'm really grateful for the opportunity to see it in a new light. I didn't realize how deep it was, even as much work as I have done. I'm incredibly grateful, and thank you. I have a question for you. When you mentioned nature and being connected with nature, would you is that with each perception that what we're doing?
Yeah.
It is. Do you mind expanding a little bit? Is it nature spirits, or is it
No, it's just
actual
nature.
Mother Gaia?
It's the creative force that runs through the external world. So nature would be like a byproduct of this creative force. So you're in, the outdoors, you're in nature that way, but even like, the city is part of nature. It's different, but it's still nature, but in a different way. You're in that creative force. You're in that divine intelligence. You're a part of divine intelligence rather than being at odds with divine intelligence. So much when we're in that reactionary state or when we're in our head, we're really at odds with nature. And we're not like in nature, we're not flowing with nature. And when we start to shift these perceptions, we kind of stop being at odds with nature, and we kind of ride the wave of nature. We ride the coattails of nature, and really overcoming obstacles is not coming head to head with nature. It's just riding the wave up and around whatever the obstacle is. And if you watch nature, it is a lot of conflict that is happening. It's a push and pull. There's animals chasing each other and eating each other, and there's plants striving for water and sunlight. And, there's all these things that are playing, but there's also harmony to it. And that harmony is nature.
Thank you. That brings a lot more clarity.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
So a byproduct of that would be, communicating with nature spirits or whatever, but it's more of this like flow that's behind all the phenomenon in the universe.
Right. Thank you. Are you able to share more information about the holy name as you did in the previous?
It's the holy name for the sex chakra, which is tied to physical creativity.
Wonderful.
And somebody was asking lettering out of it.
It's HASHADDAI, then EL, and then CHAI.
Look forward to seeing you next month.
Yeah,
Dragon
see you in
Samantha.
about a month. Yeah.
Thank you.
Lots of yawning.
Yeah.
Same thing, kept dropping the bottle, couldn't stay awake. My body felt more flexible than during the first perception segment. During the reflection part, I could see in my mind's eye a new perspective on old situations. Knocked out.
Yeah. Okay. So how about this? We'll take about a 20-minute break. We'll give you guys a little bit of time to recoup, and we'll figure out what we're going to do next. We might do the next perception, or I might cut you guys some slack. I'm not quite sure yet. So I'll see you at 10 after. Hey, everybody. Well, I think we have time to squeeze in one more perception. So that's what we'll do. Now, the third perception starts to be past the realm of just reacting emotionally or reacting mentally or having the instinctive responses. And now you're starting to realize like the things that you like, the things that you want, and desires are starting to set in. So this is a place where you're acting on desires, and you're breaking down boundaries. You're breaking down internal boundaries, and you're breaking down external boundaries. And so on the lower side of things, it's just acting out on desires and being aggressive. On the higher part, it's committed to like loved ones, things like your values, your morals, things that don't change regardless of the difficulty or the influence from the external environment. You know, sometimes people have morals, but then as soon as it changes something externally, their values or morals will flip to fit what's going on in the environment. And so that's still a reactionary response. When you start to have these values and morals and you stick to them regardless of what's happening in the external world, it's tied to this third perception. And so you're starting to break down internal boundaries and external boundaries. So when it's a lower level or like more in shadow, it starts to be quantitative. It's acts of aggression, you know, or just forcefulness, you know, demanding, things like that. When it starts to be more refined, these boundaries are broken down more internally, and you do it more by qualitative action. You do it more through setting examples rather than, you know, being pushy, right? Or just acts of violence. And so this one is very different than the two we've just done. You know, the first two, I mean, most people are impacted by those two. I mean, there's just a fixation there because of our upbringing and just life in general. This one starts to be more refined. You know, this is the area where, you know, haven't you met somebody who, like, if you're in their circle of friends or your family, they love you, they're committed to you, they have your back. If you're not in that circle, they're kind of not that nice to people, right? But to the circle, they're nice. That's tied to this particular perception, where the other two are more about the self. Here, you're starting to take into account like the people around you, not everybody, but the people around you who are connected to you. You know, how do these things impact me? How do they make me feel? It's not so much about thought processes, It's just about feelings. You know, this would be tied to that saying in the Bible, let lying dogs lie, or laying dogs lay. And what that symbolizes is actually somebody who's very loving, but not smart. They're not thinking things out, right? And so this perception is not about thinking things out. It's just about emotional responses. But you're taking into account other people, right? So you're breaking down boundaries and you're taking into account other people. Where in those other states, it was all about you. You know, it was completely about you. And so, let me look one more thing up here. Okay, so oils that you can use. The blend is Buddha Mind. I don't know that a lot of people have Buddha Mind. Jasmine, helichrysum, tolu balsam, and poplar balsam. You know, if you didn't use frankincense on the first perception, you could use it here, but frankincense isn't a very strong one for this one. I would say helichrysum, jasmine, tolu, poplar. Let me see if I can come up with a few extras. Petitgrain would work, and any of the lotuses would work. I mean, it's all kind of fancy. Here you go. Here you go. Okay. You guys out. Okay. Are we good? Everybody seems to be good. Okay. All right. Here we go.
Is lotus better than poplar?
For this, it actually is. Yeah. Yeah, we now have a couple of lotuses. We have blue lotus and pink lotus. And so both lotuses would work here. Okay, ready? Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your forehead. Move your awareness to the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. Your awareness is on your hips. Your knees, the front and back knees. The ankles. Soles of your feet. Your armpits. The elbows. The wrists. The palms of your hands. The front heart. Back heart, between the shoulder blades. Just be still, be aware, keep your eyes closed, be still. Again, your forehead. Begin inhaling on your forehead. Bottom of your tailbone. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone. Your hips. Your knees, front and back knees. Your ankles. Soles of your feet. Your armpits. Your elbows. Your wrists. The palms of your hands. Your front heart. Your back heart. Awareness is on the back heart. Just let go. Let go of everything. Just let go. Just let go. Lift the bottle to your chest, your chin down to your chest. Do 8 or 9 materialization breaths. And just be still. Bottle to your chest. Do another 8 or 9 materialization breaths. And just be still. Again, chest to your bottle to your chest. 8 or 9 materialization breaths. Just be still. One more time. Bottle to your chest, chin to your chest, 8 or 9 materialization breaths. And just be still. Maintain your stillness, maintain your awareness. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your spleen. The kidneys. Your awareness is on the kidneys. up to the liver, right hand side below the ribs. Move your awareness a little bit more to the midline. Still off to the right, still below the ribs. The lungs. Your awareness is on the lungs. The brain. The awareness is on the brain. The front heart. The back heart. The bottom of the tailbone. Just be still, be aware. Just be still. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the spleen. Move your awareness to the kidneys. Move your awareness to the liver. Right hand side below the ribs. Your awareness is on your liver, the right-hand side below the ribs. Move a little bit more to the midline. Still off to the right, still below the ribs. The lungs. Move your awareness to the brain. Move your awareness to the front heart. Your awareness is on your front heart. Move your awareness to the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the back heart. Move your awareness to the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Begin inhaling, your awareness is on your heart. Start reflecting on different parts of your life. reflect on your family. Your partner or lack of partner. Your work and your finances. Your spiritual life or religious life. Difficulties or traumas that you've had in the past. Your teenage years. Anything that just comes to mind right now. Your hopes for the future. Just let it all go. Just be still and let it go. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. Move your awareness to your low back, opposite the navel on the spine, your Ming Men. Your back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. The top of your head, the crown. Just be still. Let everything go. Be still. Put your awareness on your heart. Begin inhaling. Start reflecting on your life. Think of your loved ones, your family. Think of your partner or the lack of a partner. Think of your work, your finances. Your spiritual life, religious life. Difficulties you've had in the past, traumas. your hopes, your dreams, your wishes. Just anywhere where your mind wanders. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Let go of the inhalation, just let go. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. Move your awareness to your low back area, the midline, opposite your knee. Up to your back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. The top of your head, the crown. Just let go. Let go of everything. Just let go. Maintain your stillness and awareness. Just maintain your stillness and awareness. I'll invoke a holy name. Elohim Gibor. Elohim Gibor. Elohim Gibor. Elohim Gibor. Elohim Gibor. Elohim Gibor. Wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes, wiggle your nose, your ears. How do you feel? I hope you're enjoying your retreat weekend. So far, so good, I think.
Go ahead, Peggy Bunto.
Hey, baby.
I feel clean and clear.
Good.
A little bit of bliss just kind of snuck in there.
Yeah, it's very mellow and chill.
Very.
The most intense ones are the first two. Like if something's going to come up, it usually comes in those two. Then after that, they get more mellow. You know, they just they get softer. You know, whenever I start to, you know, we were talking about like the retreat weekend, and you know, like I think, oh, we should do review, and we'll review a few classes, and I can't help myself. We just end up going into a new direction.
For which we are grateful.
Yeah, it's fun to play with new things.
Really wonderful. One question, should we repeat this regularly, or should this have gotten everything roto-rooted?
This should be repeated quite a bit. I mean, I would love to say, oh, this got you completely clean, but it's not the case. You know, there's too many factors, there's too much conditioning, and then there's still too much things still happening. And so, you know, it's definitely an improvement, but there's always room for more improvement. Really, what we're talking about is like different types of realizations. And if you do this, you'll start having realizations within each one of these perceptions. So.
Thanks so much.
You're so welcome.
Fun.
Someone shared peaceful, blissful, intense day,
Yeah, it's an intense one.
amazing.
I really was going to do a review about 2 weeks ago, and then I was like, bah, let's do something new. It's basically a new class for you guys, but you know, in the guise of a retreat.
Wow. This has been so wonderful. I'm so relaxed, and I think it's time for a nap. Thank you for the awesome blessings.
So what we'll do is like after the fact, we'll put this in a PDF and do it after the fact. And we will probably draw upon the things that we're doing in this weekend in some later classes, you know, how we're drawing upon brainwaves and vital centers. We'll probably be drawing upon these as well. Not quite as much, but they do play a role in certain things. Like a very important one would be the stress response. You know, now we can go back and revisit stress, looking at it through the eyes of the 7 perceptions, the vital centers, and brainwaves, and it changes how we would approach reducing stress.
This has been an incredible experience. Thank you for these teachings. So grateful for the ability to focus on changing my perceptions.
Yeah.
Feeling amazing. So powerful.
Thank you. It really takes like some weird tensions out of your body and out of your mind.
And as per you, could you spell the holy name, what the chakra, and what the meaning to go with it?
So, you know, I say like that it's associated with the chakra, but it's not about the chakras. So I just want to be clear about that. I don't want to make it confusing. But the holy name is, again, don't say it out loud, but ELOHIM. and then GIBOR.
That was an incredible journey, feeling lighter. Thank you.
Good. Okay, you guys.
Go ahead, Peggy.
Hello again. You know, I don't like going on vacation or traveling or because it's work to get ready to go. But now this is the very best of a spa weekend after the fact when I've been enjoying myself immensely. My body checked out for a while and then I checked back in just in time to hear the sacred names. And it's like, yeah, this is the best of times. Thank you very much.
Now you can just go lay down on your bed.
I fell asleep right here in the chair.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm wearing my Jasmine, by the way, my shirt and chest and everything else.
Okay.
So thank you guys very much.
Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed the Jasmine.
Yeah, I love it. Thank you.
This was a beautiful experience and I'm glad we got to use some of those fancy oils.
Yeah, we're gonna be using more and more of some of the fancy oils. Like sometimes, you know, they're worked into a couple of the classes, but I didn't go into the whole 7 perception thing because it opens up a whole new can of worms. And so sometimes people would ask me, what's this good for? And I'd go, yeah, because I want to open the can of worms, but it's like I want to make it in a way that's digestible. And so, you know, we're going to do a series of these like kind of free days or free weekends through the next several months so that we can tie pieces together from some of the classes and take things from the vital centers, the brain waves, and now the 7 perceptions, and revisit things like stress and trauma and things like that. Because really you guys now have a new set of tools. And so, you know, first you kind of have to have the experiences of what they are. And then after that, you can start applying to different things. Can't do it all at once. I tried in the early days with pain and it didn't work. So.
When we do it on our own, can we repeat the holy name?
Yeah.
And then they didn't fill their question like what chakra and meaning of holy name.
To say that there's a meaning is not really an accurate way of saying it. You know, we have a very limited perspective of these different aspects of God. So it's not really about a meaning. But if you were to try to understand it, it has to do with balance and justice. It's the name is affiliated with the solar plexus, but don't limit it to the idea of the solar plexus. It's kind of a limiting way of looking at it. Those names mean so much more and how they're applied. So, okay, you guys. So 10 o'clock Central Time tomorrow. Remember, we have Astara service on Sunday at 12 Central Time, 10 Pacific. And so we'll be doing that as well. We'll talk again tomorrow. So you guys get a good night's rest and I'll see you again tomorrow.